At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you spectators as well as exhibitors to the 2022 North American Prospect Steer Show. At this time, we'd like to introduce our judge, Mr. Brad Weingartner of Harrod, Ohio. Brad and his wife, Melanie, along with their son, Tyler, and daughter-in-law, Natalie, and son-in-law, Curtis and Hannah Klingeman, own and operate Weingartner Klingeman Show Cattle. They also have a daughter, Ashley, and son-in-law Shane Work, and 7 grandchildren. They run about 75 head of key Maine Angus influence cows, have an embryo transfer program, as well as an annual production sale called the Harvest of Excellence. Brad also grain farms with his brother and has judged several national and state shows, as well as raised many national champion females and bulls. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Brad Weingartner of Harrod, Ohio, here to the Green Chips.
In this first division, there's a lot of good cattle out here in this lineup. I think there's 2 that come to the top for us that we've talked about. The first heifer here is just really an elite female. Comes off that when she gets into the move, on her move, she's just really nice, structurally sound, and has straight lines, just really feminine up through that front end. The second heifer here in the first division, just a really big volume, big maternal look, just a really nice heifer. The other 2 second place heifers are nice as well. The first one out of that first class that came in second, just a really elegant look, real pretty fronted, and just a lot of volume and mass. We're going to use this first calf out of the first class to be your champion. And we're going to follow with the second place heifer out of that same class. Congratulations.
And your champion junior heifer belted Galloway calf goes to entry number 5, Sunnybrook Rita, exhibited by Lane Mollett. Your reserve champion junior heifer belted Galloway calf goes to entry number 3, Sunnybrook Lily, exhibited by Cora Barnard. Second call, Class 3, Prospect Steers. Second call, Class 3, Prospect Steers. First call, class 116 and 117 belted Galloways. First call, class 116 and 117 belted Galloways.
Back over on the belted Galloway side of things. Really nice threesome out here, young man. We've had him out here in the ring already today. Brings us another very nice female. You look at this one, very elegant in terms of her look. She's super maternal, really square built. Like the way she gets out and tracks as you watch her go around the ring. Feel like there's some real longevity in this female. Really deep through the center portion of her body. Just appears to be a easy fleshing kind of rig out here. Congratulations to this young man. Heifer coming in second, another one that I think in terms of structure, when you compare to the one that we've got in third, excels in that regard. She might get just a notch frailer in her overall bone work when you compare to that heifer that wins the class. Maybe don't get that high neck set that comes out quite as nice out the top of her shoulder as our first place female. Young lady gets her parked out here though, and on point. It's another one that'll give you an awful nice look as well. Young lady's heifer in third, maybe not wanting to cooperate quite as well. You get past that though, maybe gets just a touch frailer in terms of her overall bone work. Gives up a little weight per day of age compared to those that are ahead of her in class. Another nice class out here in our belted Galloway show.
Well, first off, let me say it's certainly a pleasure to come down here to the North American, get asked to come down here and judge on these green shavings. It's always been so exciting for me to get to do this, and got the opportunity to do the fat steers down here and a couple other breeds, and I'm just looking forward to this, and no doubt we're starting out really nice here in our first class of steer calves. The young man brings us a gray steer here that I just really appreciate the amount of mass and power this calf has at this young age already. Up over the top side of his structure, a calf that's got some muscle, natural thickness right down through that center part of his stifle. A calf, once he kind of relaxes and get that head set right, here's one that's really high quality, and I think a really nice place for us to start. Now, I am a sucker for a good-looking one, and this young lady brings us a black and white calf that I think has got the look. I mean, here is one classy individual. Now, if we can change him out of the center part of his body to run with that one that starts our class, here's one that has a bright, bright future if he'll go ahead and feed with some center part of his body. The features of his front end, the top side of his structure is so good. When he hits the ground, I like his foot and leg, but I still think for today, we got to go ahead and put him in that second hole. Nice pair starting us out here. Young lady, when I first come into this class, I thought this was my class winner. Here's one that I think's got an awful bright future. Also a calf that's got some extension up through that front. He's long spine, long back, square-ended, but yet he just shallows up right through that center, down through the center part of his quarter. He's not as deep in his twist. Maybe need to just give him a little more flank to run with them two ahead of him right today, but I think that'll come. Here's a good-looking one. I think will feed pretty nice and pretty easy. Young lady brings us a gray baldy calf that maybe doesn't have the extra bells and whistles, but when you really break this one particularly down, a calf that's got a nice front. He's long and extended about his front. Where he gets in trouble, he does get maybe just a little shorter in his spine. We got to reach up there and just pull that back in him, maybe lengthen him out from his hooks to his pins to run him higher today. The blue roan calf, good looking, got a lot of future to him, but a calf that maybe need to change the set of his shoulder, change his knee placement, gets a little round from his hooks to pins, but still high quality. And then as we get on down through here, I would like to talk about each and every one of them. Calves that just need a little more power, a little more punch to them. Maybe once they're on feed, they'll come along, but at this particular stage, they need to go just a little harder to get up there with them class winners.
Third and final call, Class 116 and 117. Belted Galloways, third and final call, Class 116 and 117. Belted Galloway females to the makeup arena, please.
Over on the Belted Galloway side, nice single entry fall again in this fall division out here. One that can certainly stand some more competition. Heifer that maybe just needs to relax a touch out here. When you see her want to relax and get out and move, you can tell there's some true quality in this female. As Beth and I were talking, like the spring of rib and the depth of rib you see in this one. Very maternal in her overall makeup, soft, easy fleshing. We love that about her. We'll look forward to seeing her back in just a moment in terms of competing within this division.
Third and final call, Class 3 Prospect Steers. Third and final call, Class 3 Prospect Steers to the makeup arena. Entry number 91 and 170. You are needed immediately. First call, Class 4 Prospect Steers. First call, Class 4 Prospect Steers. Results of Class 1 of your Prospect Steer Show in first place. Entry number 157, Colton Hoover of Mount Crawford, Indiana. In second place, entry number 154, Lila Myers of Mount Crawford, Virginia. In third place, entry number 125, Alexis Musselman. In fourth place, entry number 102, Gwyneth Souter. In fifth place, entry number 30, Perry Conley. In sixth place, entry number 156, Colton Hoover. In seventh place, entry number 113, Bentley Webb. And in eighth place, entry number 174, Rylan Albaugh. Now exhibiting in the Prospect Steer Show ring is class number 2. This is your second call, Class 4, Prospect Steers. Second call, Class 4, Prospect Steers.
In our second division in the Belted Galloway show, we got two nice individuals here. Just have the first heifer that leads off, just a real powerful individual, structurally sound, and just a really neat show heifer prospect in our view. The young lady here in the next hole, just a really maternal brood cow for this young lady. We're going to go out here and use the young man here to win this division, and we're going to take a second look.
And your champion senior heifer belted Galloway calf goes to entry number 11, Casa Castle Once Upon a Time, exhibited by Casa Cattle Company.
It gets a little closer as reserve division as we bring this other heifer out. Just this heifer in the front just matches up with our first place heifer that won that first division. She's going to be our reserve.
Your reserve champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 12, Oatley's Farm Winter is Here, exhibited by Ethan Oatley. First call, Class 120 and 121 belted Galloways. First call, Class 120 and 121 belted Galloways. Third and final call, Class 4 Prospect Steers. Third and final call, Class 4 Prospect Steers.
Well, I think the heat got turned up pretty quick here in this particular class. I think with the three steers that we got standing up here on top, man, we could talk about them quite a bit in different ways or shapes or forms. But I think for me, I think this gray steer probably does it the best for me, just in terms of the way he ties things together. He balances up from one end to the other better than the other two. Behind him here, I think a calf that just fits together so nice. Study this one as he gets around the ring. He's got that big foot, still ties together. His joint works really good, and he's just very, very balanced. I like that about that calf. I love this red calf. I like the look of him. I love his color. I like everything about him. But when you want to talk about balance, he gets maybe just a little deeper in that chest floor. Maybe could change that ever so slightly. Would sure make me want to push that gray steer ever so slightly. Here's a big bone, stout made one that's really good at the ground. Balance him up right there out of his chest floor, makes him go a little closer for me. Nice redneck roan calf here in three. Just a little shorter spine, a little quicker in his kind. Maybe isn't as neat in his joint work as them two ahead of him, but yet still high quality. Here's one big back calf, kind of a calf. Need maybe just a little more back there in the seat of his pants to kind of run with them other two, but yet still high quality. Young lady's going to have a good time with him all year. Next young man brings us a nice, good-looking kind of a calf out here that's just not maybe quite ready to run with them ones ahead of him. Really a long spine kind of a calf that's really square out of his hip. Maybe just doesn't hit and reach quite as nice off of them rear two as them ones ahead of him. He's still really uncomfortable out here. Maybe he's got just a little more set in that hawk than maybe what I'm after. But yet, when this little guy gets this one parked, it's really pretty nice. I think he'll have a bright future once that one gets some feed in him and gets on down the road. Big bone, big stout one right here, and I am a sucker for a big stout boned one. But yet, when you do all them things, he's got to have a little more power. He's got to have a little more back. He's got to have a little more natural muscle and thickness, especially through that seat of his, or down through the center part of his quarter, but still really high quality. Go ahead and get this one on feed, see what happens with that bone and that foot in him. You got a nice place to start. Young lady coming next has got the greenest one in this particular lineup. Still's got a bright future to him. Just gives us a lot of meat and muscle and shape to run with them, the ones ahead. gets a little rounder in our class out, rounder made, doesn't reach and fill his track quite as nice, but a nice place for us with that pair on the top end of this class.
Second call, Class 120 and 121 belted Galloways. Second call, Class 120 and 121 belted Galloways.
Over in our belted Galloway ring, this will be an automatic champion reserve in our summer division. Pretty close top pair out here for Beth and I. The heifer, though, that wins the class, the gray and white female in front of me right now. Here's one that just lines out very nice in terms of her pattern and her profile and her look out here on the standstill. She's a heifer that's got some muscle shape as well and some dimension when you get around behind her. We like that about her, really deep through the center portion of her body. Really good as well in terms of up through that forerib and back through her flank. Set her into motion, and I think our top two females, there's some give and take in these two. We felt like the gray heifer had just a notch more cushion in terms of her pastern. We like the way she flexed just a little bit better out here on the move. Still gets just a shot shorter stride and her choppy, if you will, compared to some others that we've seen out here today. That's a really good and deserving female to win the division. The heifer that comes in reserve within this division, as I said, very close. You get her out on the move. She's another one you'd maybe like to see her handle those hind two just a notch differently. Gets a little bit straighter hawk, likes to get up on those pasterns just a notch as you watch her get out and go around the ring. And for us, where her and the gray female maybe didn't, or maybe separated themselves a little bit out here, you watch this black heifer get out on the move, maybe like to see her handle her top line just a notch better. Wants to get up just behind those shoulders ever so slightly. We'd like to change that. You get past that, though, and get to looking at this young lady's heifer out here on the standstill. Here's one that's soft-made, very elegant, one that is really highly presented, doing a great job getting her shown as well. The third female out here, here's a different kind of female. She doesn't really match up with our top two. We talked about we really appreciate the freshness and her overall conditioning out here when compared to our top two. She's a heifer, too, we'd maybe like to see get out and stride or move just a notch differently out here. A female that maybe gives up some rib shape and some dimension. We like the explosive growth you see in her. We like that neat up-headed look you see in her from the side view profile. Just like to see her get out and go a notch better today. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Class 120 and 121 belted Galloways. Third and final call, Class 120 and 121 belted Galloway females. Your champion belted Galloway Intermediate heifer goes to entry number 20, Border View Fleetwood Stevie Nicks, exhibited by Lexi Zepp. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 18, Highland Oats Jolene, exhibited by Ashley Lohman. Results of Class 2 in your Prospect Steer Show. In first place, entry number 140, Taylor Barton of Sabina, Ohio. In second place, entry number 169, Lauren McIntosh of Winchester, Ohio. In third place, Morgan Antill. In fourth place, Kason Goradinato. In fifth place, Cade Post. In sixth place, Emily Caffey. In seventh place, Colton Bodges. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 3 of your Prospect Steers. This is your first call, Class 5. Prospect Steers, first call, Class 5. Prospect Steers.
Check, check. I think we really got a nice set of steers here, and really nice on the top pair of these steers. They're really kind of similar, and so I kind of walked them once again just to see which one was probably, in my mind, just a little more comfortable once I got them out in motion, and I believe the young lady steer probably does that for me. Both of them's packed full of meat. They're big backed and got a lot of hip in them, got a lot of muscle down through that center part of their quarter already at this stage. It is separated them. I think it's at the ground. I think this black and white steer that just kind of meets the ground, maybe just a little nicer, a little more comfortable than our steer there in 2 does. And then when you want to talk about maybe just through some small little subtle differences, maybe he's got just a little more power right out of that center part of his quarter than our second place calf does. But yet 2 really close pairings right there. And like I said, this second place calf, I think he's sound enough, but it maybe not quite reaching feels quite as nice as that calf does that starts my class for me. I think a high quality calf. I think one that this young man's going to have a lot of fun with on down through the year. I think this is one that's going to be an easy feeding kind of calf. Just kind of comparing the 2 for me today. Had to just kind of put him in that second hole just because of the way he wants to reach and fill off them back ones. Young lady brings us a nice red calf here coming out in 3. Got a lot of extension up through his front 1/3. He's really a long spine calf, in which maybe that probably hurt him in this particular lineup. He just didn't maybe fit quite as nice with that top pair of steers in terms of that. He's really long and got a long hip in him, maybe isn't as powerful. You watch this one get about the ring. He's not as comfortable off of them rear 2 neither, and that's really one of the things that I'm really pretty picky about. All white steer coming next, got a lot of class about him, good looking, especially through that front 1/3 of his body. He is sharp-headed, sharp-necked, like that about him. A calf that just got to bring it down, soften down, set down maybe just a little nicer, handle that rear hock a little bit better to get him up in this particular class. Young man brings us a nice calf here, a good kind of a calf in, I guess it'd be a 5th spot here. Long spine, big backed, square-ended kind of calf where he runs in trouble. He just doesn't have as much natural thickness, as much power at this early stage, but one I think could feed and go ahead and get right along with it. He's sound enough. He's going to be here at the end just because he's got the right kind of a structure to him. The next calf maybe gets a little straight off of both ends. He's kind of flexing and snapping off of them rear ankles out here for me. But yet when he gets him stopped, he's still got that good show steer look. He's long and extended about his front. Just need to soften him up, give him a little more flex. The red baldy steer just got to get some more power in him to make him run any higher, get some more natural red meat in him. But yet still good looking, long and extended. Just a nice class of steers going there.
Back over in the Belta Galloway show, really a nice class of March females out here. These 2 young men that have our top 2 heifers out here. They kind of came loaded for bear, I think, out here within this class. Heifer that comes in first for Beth and I just does the most things right for us, even though this is a very, very close placing in first and second, and we could see you want to plead a case for either one of these heifers. I think for us, you get around behind both these females. The heifer that we've gotten first, you look at her from her hook bones back into her pins, and I think there's just a little more true width and shape as you get up on them and kind of look at them from our view out here. We like that about her as well. We felt like she might be just a notch fresher in terms of her overall conditioning, yet you put your hands on them, they handle pretty comparable out here. So as you get to study them a little more, we think we like the undercarriage that you see in this first place female one that's still really good in terms of her forerib and the way she carries that back into her flank, but real nice, real clean naveled. That kind of sets this heifer apart out here. Then you get to some of the just basic traits. I think that heifer's adequate in terms of her overall soundness. Really elegant in terms of the side view profile that she gives you out here as well. Young man's heifer in second. As I said, she runs a pretty hard race out here with the heifer that we've gotten first, and it's from this view right here. really square, really boxy. You love that about her. You love that depth through the center portion of her body. She's really loose in the way she's put together out here. Good foot under, like the substance of bone and the structure you see in her. As I said, you compare to that one that we've gotten first, maybe not quite the true width when you get around behind her in terms of there from her hook bones back into her pin setting there. Maybe like to clean up that navel and underline just a notch better, but another very nice female, and one, as I said, runs a real hard race. Then it gets to be another kind of two-pair class out here between our third and our fourth. Wouldn't argue with you. I think you could plead a case for either one of these females. The heifer that we put in third, though, maybe doesn't have as much honor today as the two that are ahead of her, but one that's very elegant in her appearance out here. Probably the cleanest jointed female within the class. And you can tell that in terms of her structure when you ask her to get out and go out here. One that's very fresh in her conditioning as well. Just gives up some power and mass to the heifers really on either side of her today. Young lady's heifer that's coming around the bend right here. I think there's some good parts and pieces to this one. You got to like the early growth that you see in her, the length of side, relatively sound in terms of filling her track with that back foot. For Beth and I, where we'd like to change her, it's from her shoulders forward. We'd like to see her get out and move just a notch better out of that front end and maybe blend just a little bit more sweeter and feminine when you compare to those that are ahead of her in class. Nice class of March females.
Third and final call, Class 5 Prospect Steers. Third and final call, Class 5 Prospect Steers to the makeup arena. Results of Class 3 of your Prospect Steers. In first place, entry number 81, Victoria Heiler. In second place, entry number 170, Tyler Leggy-Bobo. In third place, entry number 110, Riley Harriman. In fourth place, Cheyenne Baker. Fifth place, Sam Jennings. Sixth place, Dalton Gibson. And in seventh place, Ashlyn Herber.
Over on our Belta Galloway side, another really nice class of February females out here. There's some differences here in type and kind. Heifer that wins the class, as you can see out here, a little stouter in her overall appearance and makeup. Really broody, really soft, I think, in terms of structure within this pair. I mean, you could get to picking on her just a little bit, but for Beth and I'd say she's adequate in terms of her overall structure. Young lady gets her parked out here, and you can see from my view, really soft, really elegant, nice make, gives you a heck of a look. Appreciate that she's a February, and she's supposed to calve in February as well. That's a big deal to us, and we appreciate that about this female. Get back here to the heifer that's right behind her, another one that I think you'd have to say is really clean jointed. She's got a nice hind leg set to her as well. Feminine, a little bit greener in her overall makeup when you compare her to that first place heifer, which would lead you to saying she's a notch fresher maybe, but gives up some length of side and some power to the one that wins the class.
Results of Class 117 of your belted Galloway show. In first place, entry number 27, Oatley's Farm Parvati, exhibited by Olivia Oatley. In second place, entry number 29, Harmony Meadows Tsunami, exhibited by Sophia Romani. Now entering the belted Galloway ring will be the selection of your champion junior yearling heifer. First call, Class 6 Prospect Steers. First call, Class 6 Prospect Steers.
As we get out here in our spring big heifer division out here in the Belta Galloway show, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors for bringing us such a nice set of females within this division. Really strong competition from end to end. Young man's heifer coming around in front of me. Here's one that, as I've said about some others throughout the show, I think runs a pretty hard race. One you could sure say is a contender out here and plead a case for. I'll tell you some things we see about her. From her shoulders back, we just absolutely love this one. She's got a nice, neat, fresh look about her that makes a person really want to gravitate to that female. From her shoulders forward, you get to looking at her out here on the profile, and you get just in front of the point of that female's shoulder, and just kind of the way that brisket comes out and lays on her. It can once in a while, when we're getting this nitpicky and this tough a division, just throw her off a little bit in terms of her silhouette or her outline. You get past that, though, and here's one that's got all the parts and pieces, like we said earlier, I think adequate in terms of her structure, just gives you a nice look. One that, as I just said, it's an easy contender out here. Then we get back to the young ladies female that wins that last class that's circling out here in front of us. And for a big girl, I think she's adequate in terms of her overall structural as well. You get up on her from our angle, she's got a real good foot under. We like that about her. Like the substance of bone that you see about her as well. Female that's bold sprung, really big ribbed, got a big old square hip in her as you look how she comes out from hooks to pins out here. Female that is sure a contender as well. Does she look quite as fresh as the one that's in front of her? Maybe not, but really, really nice pair out here. And then you get back to our respected reserves, and you've got a heifer that was second in that first class, and I think that's another heifer you could sure plead a case for, as we said earlier, in terms of working her up in the lineup if that's what fit your particular program. Young ladies heifer directly behind her, another very nice female in her own right as well. With all that being said, I'm going to let Beth go out and show you the two that we like the best in the order that we like. Again, congratulations on a very nice division out here.
Well, over here on our prospect steer side, man, we got in a class that is really, really good. And I think that one that just suits me the nicest up here is the yellow steer, that he's just so complete in his kind. A calf that lays everything together. He's thick enough. He's stout enough. He's not the thickest one of this trio up here on the top end, but when you put all the parts and pieces together, for me, this calf brings it to the table. I like his extension through his front. I like the length of top he has in him. I like the squareness out of from his hooks to pins. Ask this one to go. There's some longevity. I think that one's going to make an awful good fat steer right there. I think the black steer here too has got a bright, bright future, but he wants to get just a little lower there at his shoulder than our class winner does. He's not quite as comfortable out of that front end as our class winner also, but still high quality. Maybe doesn't have as much power up through his top side of his structure as that one that wins the class. Still like this calf a whole bunch because he's so good at the ground. He's got the right kind of footwork. I appreciate that about him. I think this will be just a nice, easy feeding kind of a calf coming right here for us here in the 2-hole. I really appreciate the power that this young man brings us with this gray calf. This gray calf, once this thing kind of gets broke and settles down and kind of starts liking himself, there's moments out here where you think, man, I got to start the class with him just with that extra power and shape that he has. But yet then he wants to just kind of get jammed back up in himself. He just needs to relax and bring that back down into him. He wants, when he gets so stiff, he wants to get a little straight in his shoulder and makes him want to really kind of not bring out, be as sound out of his front as he truly needs to be. Love the power of that calf. Once he relaxes, you're going to have a good time with that calf. And that's the thing about this thing. I mean, there's so many jackpots. These things are going to change. 2 weeks from now, you could shake these things up completely different, and I get it, you know. So this is my opinion out here on that top trio. I like them three awful well. I not take anything away from this young man coming next. He's just not quite as ready. He doesn't have as much bloom to him, especially out of the top side of his structure. A calf we just need to blow apart up there to run with them three ahead of him. But, man, you want to talk about one. If I was feeding one maybe for the state fair or something like that, here's maybe one that I'd really light into because he's got the bells and whistles in terms of just his look and his shape. Just need to give him just a little more power to run with them ones ahead of him today. The next calf coming out, it's got that show steer look to him where he gets in trouble. He's just a little shallower in his flank. He doesn't have near as much undercarriage to him as them ones ahead of him, but yet still so good looking on the side profile. Got some actual muscle and shape through that center part of his quarter. We just need to soften him down, give him just a little more power down low in this particular class. Next calf coming out, he's probably maybe just a little raw, if I can use that term. He doesn't balance up. He's a little deeper in his chest, gets a little shallower in his flank, doesn't have as much stifle muscle in him yet. I think an easy feeding kind of calf for this young man. I think he'll be a nice calf on down the road. coming out, and then the next trio of steers here, they just need to have a little more muscle, a little more shape to them, give them a little more flex, maybe a little more longevity, get them on down to that finished product, change them ever so slightly. This is a nice deep class of steers. Please put your hands together. Show these kids that you like them just a little bit.
Go back over on the Belted Galloway side of things. We've got a single entry late November out here, and as you can see, a heifer that young man brings to us, one that could sure stand some more competition. There's some things Beth and I really like about her. Here they are. You get around. Why don't you go ahead and bring her out in front of me? Here's one as you start from the ground up. You really got to like her structure. She gets out and takes a nice, long, relaxed stride out here on the move. She's a clean jointed kind of a female as well. Young man gets her parked out here on the side view profile. Here's one that is really square built, really neat fronted. One of the more feminine heifers we've had out here today. Like the way she ties in at the point of her shoulder, really nice. Really up-headed, just gives you a cool look. For us, if maybe we were going to pick on her just a touch today, with being the age she is, young man says she's not bred yet, and this is typically about the time you'd like to see one this age starting to think about calving, give or take a month or two, but maybe like to change that about her, but get past that. That's a really high-quality female. Congratulations to this young man.
Third and final call, Class 6, Prospect Steers. Third and final call, Class 6, Prospect Steers. Results of your Belted Galloway show. Your champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 27, Oatley's Farm Parvati, exhibited by Olivia Oatley. Your reserve champion junior yearling heifer goes to entry number 23, Sunnybrook Rebel, exhibited by Lane Molliet. Your Class 120 winner goes to entry number 31, Gypsy's Heaven, exhibited by Reed Craig. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 121. This is your first and second call, all champion and reserve champion Belted Galloways. Once again, your first and second call, all champion and reserve champion Belted Galloway females to the makeup arena.
We're on our Belted Galloway ring, another single entry, one that's nicely presented. Young lady does a great job showing her out here as well. Some nice parts and pieces to this female. Like the hind leg set that you see in her, would like to see her maybe get out and reach just a notch truer as she goes about the ring. Might be just a deal with being out here by herself and needing to relax. Get behind this heifer, I think there's some power traits, some base width to her, some things like that to appreciate on her. She's a heifer that gives you a nice look from the side. We'll look to have her back in contention for our fall champion and reserve here in just a moment.
Results of Class 4 of your Prospect Steers. In first place, entry number 141, Carson Martin of Sabina, Ohio. In second place, entry number 29, Cale Redman of Guston, Kentucky. In third place, Caden McGuffey. Fourth place, Colton Bodges. Fifth place, Colton Kearns. Sixth place, Wyatt Holloway. Seventh place, Kinsley Harris. Eighth place, Sadie Jackson. And in ninth place, Chad Burrows. Now entering the Belted Galloway ring is a selection of your champion senior yearling heifer.
Back out here in contention in our fall division with our belted Galloways. I've talked about the gray heifer out here to my right. This is one Beth and I really like a bunch, a female that is probably one of the better structured females of the day. Really like the longevity that you can project in her in terms of making it as a cow for several years. Female that's really nice patterned, really nice outlined out here. Really a contender within this division. Then the heifer we just talked about that comes out of the second class in the division. As you can see, she's a bolt-sprung, deep-ribbed female that has some muscle shape and some expression. Maybe not quite as good out of her front end as that heifer that's in front of her. Maybe like to change her up a notch in terms of the way she gets out and goes around the ring. With that being said, we're going to go back to the heifer on my right. She's going to be our champion, the gray heifer. Out here within this division, heifer to our left is going to be the reserve. Congratulations to both these young people.
Congratulations to your champion senior yearling heifer in your belted Galloway show. To entry number 31, Gypsy's Heaven, exhibited by Reed Craig. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 33, Craigalachi Holly, exhibited by Olivia Graham. Now entering the belted Galloway show will be the selection of your grand champion heifer. First call, Class 7, Prospect Steers. First call, Class 7, Prospect Steers. Second call, Class 7, Prospect Steers. Second call, Class 7, Prospect Steers.
as we get back out here in our championship Belta Galloway Drive. Let's give these exhibitors another big round of applause for bringing us such a great set of cattle out here today. This is one of our first times working with this breed and the young people, and the cattle from end to end just really, really impressive. Maybe not some of the numbers you see sometimes with some others, but you get to looking at this lineup from end to end, and I think there's several that you could sure go out here and make a case for. Young man's heifer that wins the first division. When we talked about here's one that's very youthful in her appearance. Heifer that is really neat outline, gives you a nice sharp look out here. Love the way she's put together in terms of her overall substance of bone, the way she can get out and roll. She's one, we're not ones to use calves a lot, but if you were going to out here, that's one that you could sure count on as a contender for us, and one that I think this time next year is going to be awfully good as well. A lot of longevity in that female. Get back to the November heifer that wins the second division, another one that's really soft, really broody, really loose in the way she's built and put together. Love the structure you see in her when you ask her to get out and go. She's another player out here within this lineup for Beth and I. The gray heifer that comes out of the summer division, that was a pretty tough division. Top pair of heifers in there were both really good. As you can see from our angle, really like the overall muscle expression, the width you see in her. She's kind of the power heifer out here, really big topped female. With that being said, though, too, she starts getting just a little bit coarser jointed. You put her out here on the move and compare to the heifers that are on either side of her, maybe like to just relax her up a notch, give her just a little bit more flex and cushion. But that's a nice one this young lady brings us, and one that's sure going to be a nice breeding piece within her program. We've got the big stout February female that's out here directly in front of me now. Really a long-sided kind of a female. I really like that about her. Beth and I really like, as you see her from hooks to pins and how she comes out of that hip so long and so square. We love that about her as well. Heifer that's really nice in terms of her undercarriage and her overall teat design. We appreciate, too, that she's supposed to calve right at 2 years of age as well. Just a lot of quality in that female. She's another one out here that's a player for Beth and I as well. We talked about the late November female, the gray and white heifer that wins that last fall division. Heifer that's made super cool. You got to like that about her. Love her joints, love her structure, like her mobility when you ask her to get out and go. Maybe just gives up some power to that heifer in front of her. She's a heifer that we'd like to see bred at this stage in the game as well. But with that being said, it's been a real joy for Beth and I to be out here and evaluate the Belta Galloway cattle today and work with your juniors. And again, congratulations, and we're going to go show you the two that we like.
Well, over here on our steer side, and it just got really, really good, and it got really deep. And on this top pair of steers, man, you can talk yourself each way on them. For me, you got to make up your mind whether we're judging them today or whether we're judging them with some future. I think for today, the reason the gray steer is going to win this particular class, I think he just comes to us more maybe ready today in terms of just his mass up over the top side of his structure. He's so powerful ended, so big in his stifle muscle, yet sets down and very true and square out of that hock. I like this calf quite a bit. Could I change him ever so slightly out of that front 1/3? Maybe just a little bit. Just raise him up, give him just a little more elevation there. But man, that'd be nitpicking on one that's just big back and awful, awful good, and really, really in the right shape in this particular class. Now, if I was just looking for one for the future, maybe a state fair time, the extension this young lady brings us with this second place calf, man, that is wild looking out here. He's so good in terms of his knee, the way he sets in that shoulder, but where he gets in trouble with that gray steer in this particular class for me, he's not as good in his forerib and up high right out of the backside of his shoulder as that calf that starts our class. Big ended though, got a lot of meat and muscle, got a lot of stifle, got a lot of future. When this calf grows up, man, it could be a handful. I wish you all the luck in the world. I think that one's pretty cool. Now we want to talk about this young lady's white sock calf, a calf that I think, man, this one's got future. Is he ready to rock and roll out here right today? Maybe not, but a calf that I just kept coming back to, a calf that's so good in terms of his top side of his structure, a calf that's really big in his back end here, a calf that's got some meat and muscle and shape down through that center part of his quarter. Where he's really good is at the ground. The calf is really super sound. He's going to be here for the long haul, but calf just maybe isn't quite as bloomy and as big backed as them two ahead of him today, but yet I think a calf that's got a bright future to him. The young man brings us out a really sharp-ended calf, super good out of his front 1/3, maybe almost too extreme. He wants to get up there and get it lifted up too high, makes him jammed up ever so slightly. He wants to get in trouble right there behind his shoulder blade ever so slightly, but a calf that he too, man, once he kind of settles into it, kind of gets down here and gets to feed and gets a little more bark up over top of him, I think a calf that's sure got a bright future. I thought this class was just incredibly deep, and here's one that I think maybe come summertime, he'll hang right there with the rest of them too. Young man brings us one that is good looking right out here. When he gets this one stopped, it's on the money. But where he gets in trouble for me was when I put him in motion. He just doesn't reach and fill his track quite as nice. When you study him from his hooks to pins, he comes up a little shorter than them ones ahead of him. Give him just a little more length back there in his hip to run with them. From his hip forward, though, that's one really good kind of a calf. The blue roan calf coming out now is just a good feeding kind of a calf. Here's one come next summer. He's going to have a big back and a big carcass kind of a calf that's going to stay very true and square. He just doesn't have as much natural muscle and as much pulled apart in him as them ones ahead of him, yet I think one that'll go ahead and feed. Then winding up our class, here's two high-quality ones, folks. I think calves that sure got a lot of good about them. We can talk about things with them. I just need to make them go a little nicer off of, especially this next calf coming off his rear tube, makes him a little more comfortable. Then winding up our class, he too just shallows up in the center part of his body. Got to give him a little depth back there in that flank, loosen him up out of his front end, make him go any higher. Nice class, though.
Tension in the barns. All belted Galloway steers to the makeup arena immediately. All belted Galloway steers to the makeup arena immediately. Tension in the barns. All mismarked belted Galloway heifers and percentage heifers to the makeup arena. Once again, all mismarked belted Galloway heifers and percentage heifers to the makeup arena. And your grand champion belted Galloway Junior Heifer goes to entry number 27 of the Junior Yearling Division, Oatley's Farm Parvati, exhibited by Olivia Oatley. Your reserve grand champion belted Galloway Female goes to entry number 5, Sunnybrook Rita, exhibited by Lane Molliet. Once again, attention in the barns, all purebred belted Galloway steers, mismarked heifers, and percentage steers and percentage heifers to the makeup arena immediately. Once again, all belted Galloway steers, mismarked heifers, percentage steers, and percentage heifers to the makeup arena. First call, Class 8 prospect steers. First call, Class 8 prospect steers to the makeup arena. Once again, all belted Galloway steers. Mismarked heifers, percentage steers, and percentage heifers to the makeup arena. Second call, Class 8 prospect steers. Your second call, Class 8 prospect steers to the makeup arena.
Well, I think a very, very practical place for me to start in this particular class with this gray steer, and probably ringside you're thinking, man, this guy's got something against black steers, but it just seems like it's kind of sorted them gray-colored steers or them colored steers up to the top. But in my mind, this calf is kind of right after what I'm kind of looking for. He kind of suits me to the kind that I have kind of been earlier in the day trying to get to, too. A calf that, you know, if we could change him ever so slightly, maybe give him just a little more length of front. But when you talk about balance and the way he builds off of the ground, a calf that I love his joint work, a calf that is so big sprung through the center part of his body with enough meat and muscle and power. Just a good-looking calf with a young lady that can flat get it done out here showing him. My compliments to that young lady. The young man coming here with the second calf has got one that's got some future to him. Here's a good-built one, a calf that's super sound, super functional in terms of that, but a calf that just doesn't have as much back in him as that one that starts our class. He's not as big sprung through the center part of his body as that calf, but yet I think still really high quality. I think a really nice place for us to go with that second place calf. The young lady with this third calf I think's got one that once this one kind of gets on feed and kind of deepens down, he gets a little high in the center part of his twist. We're comparing him to them ones ahead of him. He just isn't as powerful from his hooks back. He's just not as powerful as them two ahead of him in terms of just having that natural muscle and shape to him, but yet still high quality, good looking. If the calf will feed, he could get right in there too. And that goes along with this young man's brockle-headed calf. He's just maybe wanting to come to me just in maybe a couple different pieces out here. The pieces are good and the pieces are there, but they just maybe don't tie together quite as nice. He wants to get a little low in the placement of his shoulder. He wants to get a little high in the center part of his back. He's not as comfortable in terms of his the way he wants to set that hock and drive off of it, but yet still good looking when he gets him stopped and parked. The red steer is maybe really questionable for me out here, and I had him from top to bottom in this particular class, but I think when I really break this calf down, he wants to get a little too steep out of that shoulder, maybe just doesn't reach and flex and be as comfortable at the ground. Big backed, maybe gets a little more power through the seat of his pants to run him any higher. Good looking calf to wind our class up. Man, he's just already kind of maybe pushing some shoulder for me. Dude's got all kinds of muscle and look to him. Just got to free him up, make him go just a little nicer. Man, this class was really good from top to bottom, though. My compliments to these exhibitors.
Third and final call, Class 8 Prospect Steers. Third and final call, Class 8 Prospect Steers. Once again, all belted Galloway steers, mismarked heifers, percentage steers, and percentage heifers to the makeup arena.
Back over at our belted Galloway show, we've got a nice pair of prospect steers out here in contention for this class. The steer that we leave in first is one that we really like the stature and the build on, really square built. I think good enough or adequate for us in terms of base width. When you get around behind him, you can tell he's got some muscle expression as well. He's one that we're really comfortable with in terms of the way he gets out and goes. Like his substance of bone, just a nice package to win this class. Wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to plead a case for the steer that's in second out here in terms of just overall growth and length of sight. I think he might have the advantage there. There are just a couple little things we would like to change about him. When we compare him to the one in first, he maybe gets just a notch rounder from hooks to pins. That could give him the edge maybe in terms of overall muscle when compared to the one that we've got in first. But I think the real separation between these two is kind of up through that front end as well. Like the way on our first place steer that knee locks in really good. Second place steer maybe wants to just come out over his knee just ever so slightly for us. Like to change him in that front 1/3 to get him above our steer that's in first. Congratulations on a nice pair. Over on the belt of Galloway, market steers, Beth and I really appreciate the nice class of market steers these young people have brought out before us. For us, this black steer's an easy class winner. You start from the ground up. We're the most comfortable with him in terms of his overall structure. He might not be quite the biggest bone one out here, but he's clean jointed. For us, he's very long-sided. We love that about him as well. Nicely presented, really level from hooks to pins. Still has some shape to him when you get around behind him and some base width as well. Masculine up through that front end, but yet still ties it in so nice and so smooth. Just a pretty logical, high-quality class winner for Beth and I. Gets a little tighter for second and third between our second and third steer here. Let's go ahead and bring that third place around as well. We're just maybe a notch more comfortable with this second place steer in terms of when you put him out into motion when compared to our third place steer was kind of wanting to dip in his pins ever so slightly. This second place steer, here's one that's just packed full of muscle, got a real nice bulge to that lower stifle. He's big bodied, very big boned, maybe like to just lengthen him out a notch when you compare him to the steer that wins the class. Maybe give him just a little more length and extension out through that front end as well. Third place steer, though, another very nice steer. Ran a really hard race for second place out here for us. It's one you really got to like on the standstill. Steer that as you get around behind him, you got to appreciate the width you see in him as well. He's an easy feeding kind of a steer in terms of his look and his softness. Just maybe like to change him out here from hooks to pins a notch to get him any higher in the class. Steer coming around next in line, a long-sided kind of a steer. Really appreciate that about him. Maybe has a little bit of trouble when you ask him to get out and go in terms of how he handles that right rear pastern. Acts like he's just a touch gimpy on that back leg as you watch him get out here and go. But on the standstill, here's one that'll sure get out and grab your attention. Young man has him highly presented, does a great job showing him out here. Young lady steer coming next in line, one that's really smooth in the way he's put together. Just like to change him up in his overall structure to make him come up and rival these steers that are ahead of him in class. Congratulations on a real nice set of market steers.
Results of Class 126 of your Club Calf Belted Galloway steers. In first place, entry number 35, Sunnybrook Maestro, exhibited by Tommy McGuire. In second place, entry number 36, Sunnybrook Ike, exhibited by Kaylee Eichelman. Your Class 128 results. In first place, entry number 37, Oatley's Farm Earl, exhibited by Olivia Oatley. In second place, entry number 38, Sunnybrook Cody, exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. In third place, entry number 39, Emily Wilkerson. In fourth place, entry number 40, Marshall Finke. And in fifth place, entry number 42, Jeffrey Ellen and Alexa Adler.
Just a really high quality set of steers in this particular class, and I think really good up here in the top 3 or 4. I think the calf that I'm going to start with, I chose to start with, is the one that just balances up the nicest for me. I love this calf in terms of his center body, the way he ties together in his flank. I like that, and that's where he's got the advantage for me with the second calf. Then when you put all that parts and pieces together, here's one that's super extended. He's so fresh and good-headed, so good in terms of where he balances up in the top side of his structure. He just reads so good there. He's got enough muscle and shape to him. Super sound. Love his joint work. Love his foot size. I think a calf that's got a bright, bright future. I don't want to take anything away from this young lady's calf here in 2 because I know this calf's going to get really, really, really good someday. But yet, for me, comparing him to that calf that starts our class, she gets this one stopped, man, it's really good right there. But for me, we just got to deepen him down in his flank to run with that one that starts our class. Still, in terms of just good looking, he's so good in his knee placement. He's so good in his hock placement. A calf that's got some extension about his front. He's got enough meat and muscle in him. Soften him down through that center part, especially in his flank area, to run with that class winner, and it gets real, real good. young lady with this black and white calf coming out next. Here's one that I think's got a bright future to him, but yet when you get underneath this hair for me today, he doesn't have as much product in him. He is not as stout as them two ahead of him. Love his bone work, and that's why he got the advantage over the next calf that's coming out. I like his bone work. I like that big pipe on him. I like that extension through his front. I like his squareness up over his top. Just got to give him just a little more dimension to run with them two ahead of him today, but I think that one's got a world of future to him. He needs to stay loose enough in his structure, because every once in a while I'll catch him and he wants to come up in his back, but if he'll do that, I think that one's awful good. Classy show steer coming for this young lady next. Just runs out of gas, especially up high comparing to them. Stouting him up at the ground, give him just a little more width, but yet good looking. Maybe relax him in his shoulder just to run with them. Young man brings us a nice one with this Bronco-headed one. Here's an easy feed and easy keeping kind of a calf. Just needs to really power up from his hooks back. Calf just needs more hip in him just to run with them ones ahead of him. Set him down truer and square and off of his hock. Gets a little unbalanced in his chest floor, but I think still high quality. Big stout gray here, kind of calf coming next. Man, he's probably got the most muscle of anything in this particular class, but along with that comes he gets a little wide in his shoulder placement. He's got some too much width in his chest floor, wants to get a little short strided off of both ends. Then the young man with our black calf winding up our class, just kind of wanted to get up in his back, gets off in them two rear wheels as he gets away from us, but a really strong class of steers going there.
Second call, Class 9 Prospect Steers. Second call, Class 9 Prospect Steers.
Over in our Belta Galloway ring, we're out here in contention. We've got our prospects in with our markets. The young calf to my far right that wins the prospect show, we talked about him earlier. Really like his stature, like his overall soundness. Think you can really read some longevity into that steer. The black steer that just won the tough class of big steers, we just talked about him. He's one that you've really got to like his outline, his stature, his look, his length and extension, and yet he still puts that together with some real power traits out here as well. He's one that Beth and I feel like is a super contender out here. Then you get back to our prospective seconds out here within this lineup, and I think you could sure plead a case for one of those as well. With that being said, Beth and I have kind of made up our minds what we want to do out here. I'm going to let her show you our champion and reserve belt at Galloway steers this evening. Congratulations.
And your grand champion purebred belted Galloway steer goes to entry number 37, Oatley's Farm Earl, exhibited by Olivia Oatley. Your reserve grand champion purebred belted Galloway steer goes to entry number 38, Sunnybrook Cody, exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. Now entering the belted Galloway ring will be your purebred mismarked heifers. This is your first call, Belted Galloway Junior Showmanship. First call, Belted Galloway Junior Showmanship. Third and final call, Class 9 Prospect Steers. Third and final call, Class 9 Prospect Steers.
We only have one female out here in contention for a mismarked division within the Belted Galloways, but March female that could sure stand some more competition out here, heifer that maybe needs just a shot more time in the ring to kind of get relaxed. But when she does, you can sure get a nice look at this female, really elegant and feminine in her overall appearance. Love the length and extension you see out through that front end as well. I think one that's sure adequate in terms of her overall structure. I think there's some real longevity and a bright future ahead of this female. Congratulations to this young lady.
Well, like our last class, I think one that comes to me and where I read this young man's calf, the center part of his body is what I like so much about this particular calf. Man, when you read this one from his chest floor back through his flank, that's what wins this particular class for me. Then when you throw the other parts and pieces together, he's good at the ground. You like his bone work. You like how clean jointed the calf is. Read him up high out of the center part of his body. He's really good in terms of his back shape. He's really good from his hooks to pins. Just a solid calf. Good show steer going right there. Classy Classy is the word I want to come up with here for this young lady's second place calf, but comparing him with our class winner, he's not as deep in his flank. He's not as smooth from his chest floor back. Still so elevated, so good up in terms of his front 1/3. Big back, got a lot of hip in him, just isn't quite as nice in that flank area. Just a nice place for us to put him in that 2-hole. Young man here with our gray steer coming next has got one that I think feeds really good. If I could say one out here is going to feed real nice, I think this one will be, but he doesn't balance up quite as nice. He's a little shallower in his back 1/3. He's a little deeper out of his chest floor. Still like his bone work. I like his joint work. Big back, big-handed kind of a calf. Just need to balance him up, make him run with them 2 ahead of him. That goes with this blue one coming next. Man, when this one stops, it looks really good, but they know he's not deep enough in the center part of his body. They got to just get that belly, that center part of him just to drop, balance him up from his chest floor back. Big back, big-ended kind of a calf. Need to set him up, and what got kind of knocked him down behind the gray steer, he's just not as comfortable off that rear hock as I asked him to go about the ring, but still good-looking, good kind of a show steer. Young lady brings us, here's one that's just what he is. I mean, big-ended, big kind of a calf. Isn't stout enough to run with them couple ahead of him at the ground, but yet he's got so much product in him, you just kind of scratch your head just a little bit. Maybe just neaten him up, class him up, change him out of his chest floor, make him flex and go just a little nicer, but you really appreciate how much power that calf has right there. Next calf coming out just doesn't balance, especially from his hooks, pins back. Need to jack him up in his pin setting. Just relax him as he goes out of his front. He gets a little steep there. Still high quality in terms of how much center back he's got. Just need to soften him up to run him. The next calf coming out, he too is just kind of like that calf. Got to power him up, give him a little more mass, fix him from his hooks to pins, balance him up there, set him in just a little more comfortable as he gets about in the ring. Young lady's going around our class with a nice kind of a feed and kind of a calf. Need to pull his tail head down in him, set him a little truer on them hocks to make him go any higher.
Back over in our Belted Galloway show, again another single entry in our percentage steer show and an automatic champion, but congratulations to this young man on bringing us an extremely high quality individual out here. Here's one when you evaluate him from the ground up. He's got a great big foot. You really got to appreciate his substance of bone. He's a steer that you really have to admire the hind leg set on as well. One that is extremely long-sided, and for us, those of us that raise cattle, we know that that sure equates to pounds. You get past that, and here's one that's wide-top, thick-ended, really masculine in the way he's built out here. Puts that all into a real nice stature, if you will, as you evaluate him from the side. Congratulations again to this young man.
First call, Class 10 Prospect Steers. First call, Class 10 Prospect Steers. This is also first call for all Prospect Steer class winners. Once again, this is first call all Prospect Steer class winners. Correction, all first and second place prospect steers from their classes. Once again, all first and second place class steers for the prospects. Your champion purebred mismarked belted Galloway heifer goes to entry number 2, AJC Edge of Glory, exhibited by Abigail Karan. Your champion Grand Champion Percentage Belted Galloway Steer goes to entry number 41, Triple T Tanner, exhibited by Tommy McGuire. Now exhibiting in the ring is the selection of your champion and reserve Grand Champion Belted Galloway Percentage Heifer. Second call, Junior Showmanship, Belted Galloways. Once again, second call, Junior Showmanship, Belted Galloways.
Heifers out here in front of Beth and I right now are in our percentage championship drive in the Belted Galloway show. We've got a younger heifer over here to my right, one that you can sure project some future into, female that I think is adequate in terms of her overall soundness, one that's fresh in her conditioning, like the way that neck comes up high out of the top of her shoulders. Female, as I said, you can sure read some future and some longevity into that one. Then you get back to the older heifer on our left. Here's one that has some true power. Really like the substance of bone you see in this one when you compare to the younger heifer that's out here to the right. Female that for Beth and I too is sure adequate in terms of her overall soundness. Love the length of side that you see in her, the depth of rib. Young lady's got her nicely shown and nicely presented out here as well. With that being said, Beth and I are more comfortable. We're going to go with the older heifer to my left. She's going to be our champion percentage female. Gentleman's female to the right is going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Third and final call, Belted Galloway Junior Showmanship. Third and final call, Belted Galloway Junior Showmanship. This is also your first call, Intermediate Showmanship. First call, Belted Galloway Intermediate Showmanship. Second call, all first and place prospect steers. Second call, all first and second place prospect steers. And your grand champion belted Galloway percentage heifer goes to entry number 30, FCL Punta Bella Dante, exhibited by Kaylee Klein. And your reserve grand champion percentage heifer goes to entry number 7, Rock Creek Dottie, exhibited by Tommy McGuire. Second call, Belted Galloway Intermediate Showmanship. Second call, Belted Galloway Intermediate Showmanship.
Well, another really high quality class of steers to kind of wind our show steer down, or show classes down, or steer classes down. Sorry about that. I think just high quality, especially on this top end of this calf class. The young lady brings us one that just fits the mold that I've been kind of looking for all day. It's kind of ironic that these things are kind of colored up like this, but I think this one just fits right in there. Big back, big ended kind of a calf, really square from his hooks to pins, really true and square, and carries a lot of muscle and shape down through that center part of his quarter. Now, he does want to fight her just a little bit and get reached back a little bit. When this one is really out and walking, he feels his track really nice. He's got that really good look about his front end, a calf that I think balances up really nice. And that's probably where he gets this young man's white calf, not to take anything away from this young man. You have brought him to the table here. He looks good. You've got him presented excellent. You got everything out of him that you could get. But where he struggles for me is when I put him in motion, he wants to twist and kind of get a little tight up there in his spine. We need to loosen that up, make him reach just a little nicer underneath. I think it all starts right up there. But, man, when you get this one parked, you got him presented to the nines. I like that about him. He balances up nice, a calf that still's got a bright future. And I was picking on him just a little bit to run with that class winner, but really high quality. Here's one that is maybe I think days ahead of him are going to be awesome. but he's not quite there for me today, especially up out of the top side of his structure. He gets a little raw in behind that shoulder blade. Need to loosen that up. Maybe give him just really maybe he's got a lot of hair down there. He's a little shallower in that flank. I'd like to maybe just balance him right there. Love this one's bone work. This one's big boned. I love that pipe work in this calf. Like the extension up through his front. Really square about his top line. I think one that you got a bright future with this one. Keep after that one, young lady. I think the next calf, the next red calf coming out, and I thought this calf was really a contender for me up early in the first part of this class. I love this one's power, but where this one gets in trouble is maybe he just opens up and gets too much power for me. He's a little stiffer and wants to kind of waller about his off of the two, comparing him to the ones ahead of him. Is it bad? No, it's not bad. It's nothing I would give up on. Just maybe needs to be slowed down ever so slightly just to kind of let him catch up with all that muscle he has in him. I think maybe he would free up and just maybe go just ever so slightly, just a little bit better. Gets a little raw out of that base of his shoulder. Man, with that much power, I sure appreciate that. I think here's one that's just packed full of meat. Just need to neaten him up to run any higher today. Young lady's got a nice, good-looking black steer coming next. Just got some extension, got some look where he gets in trouble. He's already a little deeper in his chest floor. Kind of comes up in his flank work. He too does not feel his track quite as nice. He wants to get a little hawked in off of that rear two. When she gets this one stopped, this one is as good as anything in the class. It's when I get this one in motion that I got to kind of change him up just a little bit. Next calf coming out's got a good look to him. He's got some extension to him. He's just not as soft-centered. He's a little higher flanked. Got to give him some more power down low. The young man coming out with this next calf then, he's got one that's got some extension about his front. As you study this calf, though, he just gets a real shallow in his forerib. We got to give him some more power up high, right in behind that shoulder blade. The young lady with the red short-horned kind of marked calf gets a little plain out of his front 1/3. Need to clean him up in his chest floor. Big back, got a lot of power up high. Just need to kind of neaten it up, make him a little neater that way. The redneck roan calf's got a good look. He's really long-spined as you study this calf up over the top of his shoulder blades. Just need to blow him apart, give him a little more width down low, and then winding out our class. Just a good feeding kind of a calf. Need to give him a little more look just to run him any higher.
Third and final call, all first and second place prospect steers. Once again, third and final call, all first and second place prospect steers.
Over in the Belta Galloway ring, this is going to be our junior showmanship out here. We've been told to pick a champion in reserve. Then we've got an intermediate and a senior where we do the same and then bring them back for a grand and reserve grand overall. We've got a great group out here. Beth and I were just talking. Want to compliment all these young people on knowing the answers to the questions that we've asked, being very knowledgeable with regards to their projects out here without giving too much away. Some of the things that Beth and I are looking for, how you hold your show halters, very important in terms of how you can control your animal, how you come into the ring holding your show stick, how you kind of blend with your animal. Remember, it's about getting the most out of your animal when you come out here to compete. And that takes practice at home and people looking and people holding your calf for you where you can go around and look and know, hey, what's the best look for this animal to help me achieve my goals out here. A big deal for Beth and I, a big, big deal are people that are able to walk their animal into it. You get close to setting them up, you turn around and walk them into it. That's going to be the best and most natural look that animal gives you, in our opinion. A lot of times when you can do that, you're going to only end up needing to move one leg, and that's going to be a front leg probably to get those things parked just the way they need to be. We've went down through this lineup. It's a tough choice for us. Beth and I have got a pair picked out, though, that we think are very smooth with their animal. They know what's going on out here all the time, always keeping eye contact with us, and always doing the best job they can to keep their animal looking their best for us so we can get their best look, their best shot, and we appreciate that. Without saying any more, Beth's going to go show you our two favorites within this division. Then we'll jump into our intermediates. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your champion junior showman of your belted Galloway show, to number 44, Isabel Baker. Your reserve champion junior showman goes to entry number 63, Lexi Zepp. Second call, Belted Galloway Senior Showmanship. Second call, Belted Galloway Senior Showmanship. Once again, all first and second place prospect steers to the makeup arena. All first and second place prospect steers to the makeup arena immediately.
Get out here in contention for our intermediate showmanship within the belt of Galways. Beth and I'd like to just congratulate another really, really good group of young people for coming out here and doing just an awesome job with their animal. As we progress in age, you can see these kids just getting better and better as we go. There's several out here that are contenders for us. Some things we notice out here and some things for you guys to think about. I don't know if you heard earlier, you know, something we really look for are young people that can walk their animal into a pose. And that takes some work and time of being with them at home when we do that. As we look at this lineup out here, think about your spacing. How close are you to the one in front of you? Where are you within the lineup? Are you way out to the side of the rest of them? Are you in line? Are you too close to the wall? Those are all little things to think about, not just showmanship, but that's what's preparing you for when you're out here competing as well. As I said, most of you have done a great job out here. Beth and I have had a great time evaluating the intermediates. We've got a couple that rose to the top pretty handily for us. Again, congratulations. Beth is going to go show you the pair that we like for champion and reserve.
Well, as we get right here to our last class of steers, man, it just kept coming and kept coming, kept coming. I think there's 4 or 5 in this particular class that's going to have great years. And but I think this young lady's calf here, he's ready today. This is just a show steer. He comes out here and just shows off. I love that about him. He's got the right size bone. He's got the right size feet to him. A calf that's got worlds of good in terms of his top shape. He's so good from his hooks to pins. He's got a lot of stifle muscle in him. As I talked about a couple of them other classes, I love the way he balances up down through the center part of his body, comes out of that chest floor really nice. He's got some spread to him. excellent. I mean, just really cool looking head and neck about him. Like that calf quite a bit right there. Now, one that pushes him in my mind is this young man's white calf, but now he's just not quite as nice. At the point of his shoulders, our class winner gets a little deeper in his chest floor. Picking on him, man, I don't mean to pick on him much, because I think here's one that's sure got a lot of good about him. When you want to talk about one that's going to be here for the long haul, I think this calf's really good in his bone work. His joints are clean. He's got some power. He's got some mass to him. You look down through that center part of his body like that. We just need to change him out of that chest floor ever so slightly to run with that class winner, but a good pair of steers going here. Young man with this black calf, if this particular calf would like himself maybe just a little bit better, because there's glimpses out here this calf gets really, really good, and then there's glimpses where he just really kind of wants to just fall apart and break himself up. A calf that just doesn't tie together quite as nice. Right in behind that shoulder blade is them two ahead of him. He's not quite as clean and neat and attractive when you talk the undercarriage of him. A calf that just doesn't, and he's not comfortable out here. He's not flexing and reaching quite as nice. Love his bone work, love how much power he has. Just need to lay him together. He's got to like himself out here. I think he could get real, real good. Next calf coming out here, here's just one that's just a nice calf. He's just really complete, but where he gets in trouble for me is when I do get him in motion, he just really wants to get tight up there in that center part of his back. Need to give him just a little more flex. As that would go, I think he would go just a little nicer at the ground. He's not the biggest piped one out here. He needs a little more bone work, but still so solid in terms of just high quality show steer. I think if you just kind of bring that one along a little nicer, he'll come on real nice. Young man brings us a nice one in this black and white one. He's just kind of what you see is what you get type deal. Square-ended, big-backed, really kind of wants to reach up underneath him. Got to give him just a little more flex, especially out of that front shoulder. He gets a little straight there. That kind of says that about the next calf coming out. Just got to give him a little more angle to his shoulder, a little more set and reach and flex off that rear hock. Gets a little uncomfortable out here. Really makes him want to kind of roll up in his back and roll off his hip. He is just a nickel short hipped anyhow, but once we could kind of get him just to relax, make him go just a little nicer there. Nice calf coming here with a white-legged calf. Another one of them that's just what you see is what you get. He's not maybe quite as nice from his hooks to pins. Need to jack him up in his pin work. Give him just a little nicer, a little more power through the center part of his body. Next calf coming out gets a little too much for me in terms of just where he's going to stop at. He gets a little straight out of his shoulder. Still got that good look. He's really reaches and looks good out of his front. Maybe change him where his tail head sets in him. Just maybe neaten him up. A big powered up calf comes this young lady coming next. Just a meat wagon, but along with that, he brings some problems to the table. He's not as neat in his chest floor. He's not as cool in his head. A calf that just needs to just relax and just kind of go and get comfortable just to get him any higher. Then winding up our class, a young man brings us a nice one in this particular class, but he gets a little straight in his ankles, just doesn't want to flex and reach off of them quite as nice, doesn't have as much power as a few of them in that particular class. Man, it's going to be good, folks. You're going to want to get in here and see this. This is a good lineup we got coming. I think our class winners are going to be awesome. Looking forward to it.
And your champion intermediate showman of your belted Galloway show goes to back tag number 64, Lane Mollett. Your reserve champion goes to entry 45, Abigail Karen. Now exhibiting in the belted Galloway ring is your senior showmanship.
And in first place in class number 10 of your Prospect Steer Show goes to entry number 789, exhibited by Carl Berkheimer. Second place goes to entry number 3981, exhibited by Landon Marvel. First place in Class 10 goes to entry number 85, exhibited by Carl Berkheimer. And second place goes to entry number 35, exhibited by Landon Marvel. And third place goes to entry number 14, exhibited by Cohen Guthrie. And in fourth place goes to entry number 11, exhibited by Jackson Kidd. And in fifth place goes to entry number 160, exhibited by Craig Fuller. And in sixth place goes to entry number 27, exhibited by Case Redmond. And seventh place goes to entry number 18, exhibited by Caitlin Contrell. And number eighth place goes to entry number 158, exhibited by Nolan LeBeau. And ninth place goes to entry number 82, exhibited by Victoria Heiler. And in 10th place goes to entry number 48, exhibited by Caden Gardner. Congratulations to those individuals. We are now on the grand drive of Prospect Steers. We need all Prospect Heifers, Class 1, be making your way to the makeup ring. Prospect Heifer Class 1 to the makeup ring. This will be the first call for Class 2 Prospect Heifers. First call, Class 2 Prospect Heifers.
As we get into our senior showmanship out here in the Belta Galloway show, got a few more numbers out here in the ring, and Beth and I, we debated on splitting them or keeping them all together in one group, and we decided, well, this is an older bunch. Let's see how well they handle being out here with this many in the ring in terms of managing where they're at and their spacing and keeping their animal lined up, and just many things that hit you when you've got this number out here. And again, we'd like to congratulate our seniors. We've got an awesome group out here. I think gets really hard to pick just two within this lineup. There's several of you that Beth and I could sure make the case for out here. As we've commented on earlier, we're looking for somebody that walks their animal into it, that knows how to hold their show halter right, where they have the most control over their animal, someone that's slow and smooth and methodical, and one that somebody that just kind of slows the game down out here, makes it look easy. And we've narrowed that down to a couple that we think have done a great job, and even have done a great job throughout the show. We've gotten to watch you all as you've shown throughout your classes as well. But again, congratulations. For Beth and I, our champion and reserve champion senior showman, going to be the young man directly in front of me right here coming out. He's going to be our champion. Then we're coming back here to the young lady that's about fourth from the end with the big heifer. She's going to be our reserve. Congratulations to both of you. Everybody here has done an awesome job.
And congratulations to your champion, senior showman of your Belted Galloway show, entry number 55, Ashton Karen. Your reserve champion senior showman goes to entry 65, Olivia Onley. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to our belted Galloway exhibitors. Congratulations on a great show. We hope to see you next year.
We are now selecting your grand champion prospect steer. Again, we're selecting your grand champion prospect steer. We need those first couple classes of prospect heifers up to the makeup ring. Those first couple classes of prospect heifers up to the makeup ring. We need back tag number 176, Class 1 prospect heifers to the makeup ring immediately. Entry number 176, prospect heifer, Class 1 to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, the first thing I want to say is I absolutely have enjoyed myself 100% out here, and I didn't know what to expect in terms of what we were going to get into, but man, it just got really good out here, and I hope you folks ringside can see what I've done out here and follow along with me. I want some cattle that's just functionally right. Just in terms of soundness, I want them to be there next summer. And I'm telling you, folks, I don't think there's a class winner out here that I'm going to have to worry about that with. I think they're going to be right on. I think they're really super sound, super functional. And then after that, you start building them. You know, some of them's got more muscle, got some more shape to them than others. Some of them's got a little more look to them. It's kind of what your preference is. I think there's several of these class winners along with several of them seconds that if you guys follow along throughout the year in their part of the country, you know, we don't know where they're coming from. I think you'll follow along and see some cattle that have flat got some shows won. I think there's maybe 7, 8, 10 of them out here that's going to absolutely hang some banners, and that's pretty cool. This is impressive out here. With that being said, you know, it is kind of hard out here, you know, in this weight class deal of where we are at, you know, where is some of the end points at, you know, we go from this young man down here, and I don't want to take anything away from him, but where is his end point compared to this young lady down here on this end? It makes it just a little bit tougher, but hey, they're high quality. My compliments to them in terms of just what they brought to me. it's been a pleasure to share the mic with Travis and Beth over here, man. I look up to you guys. You guys are awesome, and I appreciate the opportunity from the North American. I'm going to go out and take one more look, but you all need to put your hands together because this is a good lineup out here, especially from where I'm standing.
And your grand champion prospect steer goes to entry number 85, exhibited by Carly Berkheimer from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Congratulations. And your reserve champion prospect steer goes to entry number 74, exhibited by Chandler Jones out of Gurgley, Illinois. Congratulations to all.
Back over on the Belta Galloway ring over here, I just want to come back at Brad there a little bit and say thank you. Beth and I really appreciate the compliment, and we've enjoyed sharing the mic with him. He's a guy that Beth and I have looked up to for years, and when you come out here and you judge across from him, you kind of want to be on your A game as well. He kind of sets the mold for a lot of us, so appreciate the comments there. As we get back to our overall champion in reserve, again, you look through, and this time of the day, I just want to say it's hard for cattle to act good. They want to go home. They want to go back and eat or go to tie-outs, and as you look through this lineup, these cattle are acting awesome. I don't know if the cattle that we have here showing would act this good at this time of the day, and what just shows the work that you all have put into your projects, and Beth and I really appreciate that. With that being said, too, we've went through and kind of talked about the things that we're looking for, and there's a pair out here for Beth and I that are just kind of the total package in terms of grand and reserve grand within our showman. I guess if you look at it from the standpoint of who would we get tonight to go show our open cattle for us on Tuesday, we'd have to go to this young man right here that wins the senior, and then we'd come right back to the young lady that was reserved behind him. She's going to be our reserve grand showman as well. Congratulations. It's been a real pleasure for Beth and I to be out here on the green shavings and work with the youth here of the Belta Galloway Association. Thank you.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and thank Travis and Beth Pembroke for their time. We greatly appreciate them judging the Belted Galloway shows, and a large congratulations goes to your grand champion Belted Galloway showman, entry number 55, Ashton Karen. Your reserve grand champion Belted Galloway showman goes to entry 65, Olivia Oatley. Thank you so much, Belted Galloway exhibitors, and we hope to see you next year. Second call, Class 2, Prospect Heifers. Second call, Class 2, Prospect Heifers. Third and final call, Class 2, Prospect Heifers. Third and final call, Class 2, Prospect Heifers. First call, Class 3, Prospect Heifers. First call, Class 3, Prospect Heifers.
As we jump off into our heifer division here, I think we just got to change gears and get kind of focused on what we're looking at here. But I think it makes it pretty easy when the young man brings us a nice one like this. She's really sharp-fronted. She's long and elegant about her front. I like the way she ties up high out of the top side of her structure. I like her bone work, her footwork. I like that swoop to the center part of her body. She's got some power to her. She's still very green. Got a good look to her. I like her quite a bit. Young man with the blue roan heifer then follows her the closest in kind, maybe just isn't as comfortable out of the top side of her structure as that one that starts the class, gets a little quicker in her hip, gets a little rounder from hooks to pins as that class winner, but yet still high quality, good looking front 1/3 of her body, really classy, nice heifer. Young man brings us just a red baldy out here that is super, super attractive. Love her design up through her front 1/3 where she runs out of power with these two ahead of her is from their back. She doesn't have as much actual product or shape and look to her as what them two does there. Will it come in time? I think it will. I think this one will be awful good. She's a little shorter bodied, a little shorter coupled than them, especially in her spine work. If we could just pull that back in her ever so slightly. Super good from her front 1/3. Love that about that particular heifer. Young man brings us a nice heifer here in 4th spot. Really nice. Gets maybe a little opened up at the base of her shoulder. Gets a little rounder in her hip. Maybe isn't as true in her hock placement as the ones ahead of her. Still got some center body to her. Still got some look to her. Just need to kind of just set her down and just make her just a little more comfortable as she goes. Maybe not as quite as attractive, especially through this front 1/3 as maybe I like them, but yet still high quality in this young man's heifer right here. If you study this heifer from her shoulder back, it's really good. She gives up a little bit in her chest floor, up a little bit in her throat latch, maybe isn't quite as comfortable in her hock placement, but still very, very high quality. Young lady's white heifer then too kind of follows that type and kind. Just gets a little rounder out of that base of her shoulder. Really kind of wants to get up in her back as I ask her to go. Relax that down. Just kind of bring her along, maybe just a little slower. Still high quality right there. A little quicker kind of a heifer coming next. The next two are both a little quicker. I like this one maybe just in terms of got just a little more length and maybe just a little more gas to her than our next heifer, but yet it's got to give them just a little more dimension and shape to run them up there. As I said, just got to have a little more. I think this one's just a little quick in my kind. Winding up our class, a young lady just brings us a nice little brood crowd prospect. I think it'll be a nice little breeding piece for her. Nice class, nice way to get us started here in our heifer show.
Second call, Class 3, Prospect Heifers. Second call, Class 3, Prospect Heifers. Results of Class 1 in first place, entry number 21, Clint Wilt of Bloomingburg, Ohio. In second place, entry number 167, Kaysen Gernaldo of Hillsboro, Ohio. In third place, entry number 129, Trevor Legebobo. In fourth place, entry number 32, Braden Buckard. In fifth place, entry number 123, Melanie Hamlet. In sixth place, entry number 25, Nick McConnell. In seventh place, entry number 42, Ava Priest. In eighth place, entry number 53, Caitlin Larimore. And in ninth place, entry number 43, Ava Priest. Now entering the ring is class number 2 of your Prospect Heifers. Third and final call, Class 3, Prospect Heifers. Third and final call, Class 3, Prospect Heifers.
Nice little set of heifers out here. Maybe it's a little give and take on all this from top to bottom, but I think the one that suits me the best is the young lady's heifer calf here. She's got the most extension. She's the truest and squarest out of her knee off of her front end. She's the truest and squarest off her hock from behind. A heifer that's long spined, long hipped, like that about her. She carries a long muscle pattern. She balances up, truly the nicest in this particular lineup. Like the blue roan heifer coming next, gets a little opened up in her shoulder base, comparing her to that class winner, gets a little rounder out of her hip. Maybe just need to tone that down for me. Like the center part of this one's body, I think that's a breeding piece that maybe we just need to tone down for me to get her into the breeding cattle thing, but I think she's still sound enough. I think she's got some longevity. I think she fits right in there real nice. Young man with the redneck roan heifer coming next, when he gets this one parked, it's pretty good, but where she struggles for me is just that when I ask this one to go in motion, she's just not as true and flexible off of them rear two, but it's real good when she gets parked right here. She's square-ended, she's square back, she's square from her hooks to pins. Just got to make this one reach and go just a little nicer to move her up a spot or two. Real brood cow prospect here for this young man coming next. Just gets a little quick, got to get her up and a little higher out of that point of her shoulder. Just give her just a little nicer tail head setting, set that down in her. I think most of it would be lengthen her out from her hooks to pins and just square her up. I like her bone work. I like her footwork. Just need to kind of change them things about that particular heifer. Red heifer's just a nice another little cow project that maybe wants to come apart ever so slightly in terms of where she's at in her forerib and the way she is shaped right there. A heifer that gets a little round and a little quick in terms of just her muscle. Just need to relax that, make her go just a little, make her just a little more girly. Very neat about her front, just need to make her a little more girly from behind. Young man does have that girly one here with the white socked heifer, but just doesn't bring enough to the table in terms of center body. Just doesn't have enough power up through the top side of her structure. Really elite about a front 1/3. Just need to change that about her. Young man brings us a nice gray heifer here. Neat breeding piece, but for me that's too much. I mean, that's just too much power, too much mass. Need to tone her down, just make her look just a little more girly for me. Just give her just a little flatter muscle, tone that down, get her just a little nicer in her joint work, but still, man, you can breed on that thing right there. You can make them club calves that all day long and it'll be good. Young lady winds us up in this particular class with just another nice little breeding piece. She's not as true in her hock. Need to change that about her. Sweeten her up, give her just a little more power, especially in that front part of her rib shape right there.
Second call, Class 4, Prospect Heifers. Second call, Class 4, Prospect Heifers. Results of Class number 2 in first place, entry number 105, Addison Gettinger of Connorsville, Indiana. In second place, entry number 31, Perry Conley of Springfield, Ohio. In third place, entry number 33, Ashton Buckard. In fourth place, entry number 152, Cade Post. In fifth place, entry number 86, Peyton Chant. In sixth place, entry number 89, Gage Hiddle. In seventh place, entry number 49, Caden Gardner. And in eighth place, entry number 10, Caitlin Powers. Now entering the ring is class number 3 of your Prospect Heifers. Third and final call, Class 4, Prospect Heifers. Third and final call, Class 4, Prospect Heifers.
We got a bunch of high quality cattle out here, but still very hard for me to kind of put my mind around some of the things that we're doing out here. I think the young lady brings us this black and white heifer. Now, do I think she's the most feminine one out here? That much power, that much product in one kind of scares me at this level, at this stage. But yeah, break this one down, folks. This one's really cool about her front 1/3. She's very feminine. She's very good-headed. She lays together really nice in her knee. Study her front knee. Lay the way her angle to her shoulder. You like that about that one. A heifer that is maybe a little more short-coupled. Maybe just has just a little quicker kind to her, and that confused me just a little bit. But I do think that this one's got a place, and I think that thing could be a really neat breeding piece for this young lady on down the road. I think the young man brings us one maybe not as much have as much bells and whistles as that class winner, but yet I think this one follows the kind and type. So elegant about her head, front 1/3 of her body. You really appreciate that. She ties together in a good slope to her shoulder. She reads good in her knee. She just isn't as neat about the top side of her structure as that one ahead of her. Young man brings us one really classy one, and I'm not going to fib to you, and I'll break your heart, young man. I thought about starting the class with this one. I really did. I think this one's really got a great design to her. She got the show ring look that I'm after. She just doesn't have as much slope to her shoulder. She doesn't read with as much longevity as them two ahead of her, and she doesn't have as much depth at the center part of her body as them ahead of her too. Young lady brings us a nice, really complete kind of a heifer coming next. She does concern me that she's a little quick in her kind. Study this one, folks, as this one goes away from her. She doesn't want to reach up there and fill her track. She wants to get outside. We got to fix that about her. Give her just a little more flex. When she's got her stopped and posed, it's pretty good. Young man brings us one next that's got some elite parts about her. She's really long and extended about her top. When she gets around in motion, she wants to get up in her back ever so slightly. She wants to turn her hock in. I caught her a couple different times snapping her ankles as she wants to go. I can't do that. She kind of falls right into that spot. High quality one here in the white with the white one, and I kind of scratched my head on this particular heifer ever so slightly. I think there's a lot of neat pieces about this one. Does she tie everything together at this stage? Maybe not. But I think here's one that if you read future into this one, her angles read good. She's just going to be a real big question how this one stays together out of the top side of her structure back through her hip. If she stays right in there, hey, that thing could get real, real good. The black heifer then coming next, she just is really good from her front 2/3 of her body. From there back, she just really kind of gives up. From her hooks to pins, need to pull her tail head down in her. Give her just a little more flex off of them rear too. The blue roan heifer kind of is in that same boat. Just doesn't want to flex and reach off of them rear hocks. Just got to give them more flex, man. I'm talking about I need cows that's going to have some longevity to them, and that concerns me. Young man winding up her class is maybe the opposite. He's got too much reach, too much set. Got to sweeten that leg up. But really, really a nice class of heifers going there.
And placings for Class 3 prospect heifers are as followed. First place goes to entry number 130, exhibited by Isla Britton from Owassa, Michigan. Second place goes to entry number 115, exhibited by Logan Suits. Third place goes to entry number 19, exhibited by Cade Cartrell. Fourth place goes to entry number 67, exhibited by Samantha Roberts. Fifth place goes to entry number 106, exhibited by Kane Ginger. And sixth place goes to entry number 44, exhibited by Eliza Smith. And seventh place goes to entry number 161, exhibited by Isabella Abba. And eighth place goes to entry number 4, exhibited by Lane Burren. And ninth place goes to entry number 95, exhibited by Eli Cousin. Congratulations to all. Now entering the ring will be Class 4. Again, entering the ring will be Class 4 prospect heifers. We do need Class 5 to be in the makeup ring, and Class 6, this is your second call. We need Class 5 prospect heifers in the makeup ring, all Class 5 heifers in the makeup ring.
Well, like that last class, maybe a little harder to sort for me, just because maybe I'm not maybe in tune with quite this kind of heifer. But when you break this particular heifer down for this young lady, it's still high quality, and that's why she wins this particular class. She's the heifer that's got the most quality. Now, would I like to tone this thing down? Absolutely like to tone this thing down, just in terms of her muscle shape, just make her a little more brood cow-y looking. But man, there are so many things that this young lady can do with this one on down the road in terms of how she could breed this one. She could make them club calves, make them steer calves that go out there and get real serious. Really good, still very feminine about her head, maybe a little bolder about her shoulder with all that from behind. She's going to have a little bit of that. She's probably the best balanced heifer of the bunch out here. She's solid enough in feet and legs, maybe turns out in her fronts just ever so slightly, but yet still, like I said, I think she's the highest quality heifer out here. Maybe change her just in my world just a little bit. Don't want to pick on her for being not in my world. Young lady probably brings me one in my world just a little bit more, but she probably brings just a few more problems to the table in terms of her chest floor. The chest floor just already twigs me out just a little bit. She's already really opened up there, but from there back, this heifer reads so good in terms of her center part of her body, the way she ties together up high in her top side of her structure, from her hooks to pins, she's solid, she's sound enough, she's got a good enough foot and bone in her, maybe just change her in that chest floor, base of her shoulder, to run her with that one that starts the class. Young man brought us this shorthorn marked heifer, right, and I kind of thought, man, this is where I'm going to start at, but as the class went along, I'm still not wanting to pick on this heifer real hard. Maybe gets a little lower out of the placement of her shoulder compared to her neck set. Like to change that about her. She just really wants to get back into herself, really wants to kind of shorten herself up in her spine work, maybe just relax her and make her go just a little nicer. Sure would change that one. I think the young lady brings us one that's really interesting next, because she does kind of fit the kind that I like to make cows out of, but simply got to stouten this one up for me. Features, just got to get her stouter bones, stouter featured in that term, just give her just a little more width and power, like the center part of her body, like how feminine she is up through her front, just got to give her a little more gas from behind. Brockle-headed, when the young lady gets this one parked, it's really good. She's kind of unique. You love that baldy look about her, but she just gets a little short coupled, a little shorter in the way she gets around the ring. As you watch this one go, she misses her track by 6-8 inches. I can't do that. The young lady with the yellow heifer, she too then kind of jumps back to the other way. Here's one that it's got cow written all over. Just got to stouten her up for me. Give her a little more foot, bone, power, just to run her any higher. She's not the coolest headed one in the lineup, but it's all right. I think that's a cow prospect right there. If you can find a bull that'll stouten her up, I think it'll be real good. Now, young lady, I think here's one, if you'll just be patient. This one's got some good things about her, and it was really hard for me to put this one at the bottom of the class, because I know what I think I could do with something like this on down the road, but for today, she's just given up too much gas. She doesn't have enough depth at the center part of her body to run any higher, but I think that one, if you'll bring her along, we'll feed and be all right.
And placings for Class 4 prospect heifers are as followed. First place goes entry number 75, exhibited by Cadence Cannoli from Caleb, Ohio. Second place goes entry number 12, exhibited by Emma Pickler. And third place goes entry number 15, exhibited by Cooper Hidrick. And fourth place goes entry number 109, exhibited by Modena Angus. And fifth place goes to entry number 38, exhibited by Emma Brandenburg. And sixth place goes to entry number 76, exhibited by Chad Burrows. And seventh place goes to entry number 22, exhibited by Josie Wilt. Congratulations to those. Now in the ring is Class 5 of your Prospect Heifer Show. Again, entering the ring now is Class 5. We do need Class 6 in the makeup ring. And Class 7, please be making your way to the show ring. We do need Class 6 prospect heifers in the makeup ring. Again, we need Class 6 prospect heifers. We do need entry number 69 to the makeup ring.
Quite challenging out here for me on how I wanted to do this out here. Here's 3 of them. There's 5 of them that's really, really high quality in this particular class. Just there's a lot of give and take in this thing. But I think the young lady with the black heifer here that's going to start her class, she fits the kind that I like. Here's one that's really elegant about her front 1/3. She's long in her spine. She ties together really good out of the top side of her structure, being truly square from her hooks to pins. I like that about her. When you read this one's undercarriage, it's spot on, it's right on. I like that one quite a bit. She's just truly the soundest, most functional one with a great look. I like that one quite a bit. Powered up heifer comes with our white heifer here. Maybe just for me, maybe just gets over the top, just rides out there on that edge. I mean, if you're in the bull market world and want to make a bunch of bulls, I mean, here's one that I'd tie right into. Big bone, big footed, just gets a little round, a little raw, gets a little plain in her head and her throat latch for me. Like to tone her down just in her muscle shape. But where she does fit over our third heifer, she just reaches out there and fills her track and sets in there, and I think that one will be around 3 or 4, 5, 6 years from now. Young lady, when you brought this one into class, I said, oh, thank you. I thought this one was going to be right there where I wanted. I still love your heifer quite a bit. I just got to make her go just a little nicer. She's coming up short as I ask her to get around the ring. If she could just flex and just fill that track ever so slightly. I think it all kind of maybe starts right up top. She's just a little tighter in her spine. Ask that one just to go. I think she fits in there. Young lady brings us a nice one here, but where she gets in trouble, she's just a little steep in that front shoulder. She doesn't have enough angle, enough set to that front knee. Super, super nice little brood cow prospect right here for this young lady. I think that one's got all the bells and whistles for being a cow. I just don't know that she's elite anywhere, and that concerns me to run in this particular class. Love her in terms of just cow power. I think that young lady will make some serious coin with that one on down the road if you get that one mated right. Next heifer coming out, it's one of them that has a good look to her, but just shallows up in her body, shallows up at the ground. Got to give her some more foot and power to run with that one. The red heifer coming out gets a little plain in the front 1/3 of her body. Got to sweeten her up there. Still got a good cow look to her. Just got to change that front 1/3. Really a sharp-headed heifer coming out next, long and extended, but that's where she maybe gets in trouble right now. She's just not maybe ready to compete with a couple of them ahead of her. I think this one's really square about her top line. She's good at the ground. Just got to give more of her, give her a little more dimension and shape. And that follows up with this tan heifer coming next. Wow, this has got a lot of elite parts to her, but just needs to have a lot more softness to her, square her up in her hock, make her go. Young lady with the brockle-headed one then just gets too quick in her kind. She's too round in her muscle. Got to pull her tail head down in her, give her a little more flex out of her front knee to make her any higher in this particular class.
And placings in Class 5 Prospect Heifer Show are as follows. First place goes to entry number 55, exhibited by Lily Sikafus. And second place goes to entry number 7, exhibited by Casey Klemps. And third place goes to entry number 99, exhibited by Lindsay Lyle. And fourth place goes to entry number 144, exhibited by Aaron Cavagan. And fifth place goes to entry number 71, exhibited by Kinley Klein. And sixth place goes to entry number 36, exhibited by Caitlin Brandendur. And seventh place goes to entry number 112, exhibited by Kaylee Glasser. And eighth place goes to entry number 136, exhibited by Jordan Kelly. And ninth place goes to entry number 73, exhibited by Elizabeth Johnson. And 10th place goes to entry number 98, exhibited by Gracie Overslack. Congratulations to all. Now entering the ring is Class 6 of your Prospect Heifer Show. Again, entering the ring now is Class 6. We do need Class 7 in the makeup ring and Class 8 to be making your way to the show ring. We do need Class 7 in the makeup ring as Class 6 is entering the ring. Class 7 prospect heifers should be in the makeup ring. We do need Class 8 to be making their way to the makeup ring. Class 7 should be in the makeup ring. Class 8, we need you on your way.
Well, I do find this very, very close, and they're a little different in their kinds, and I'll try to explain to you what I'm seeing here. I think the young lady with the headed heifer here is just the combination heifer of the whole lineup out here. She's so good in terms of her lower belly shape and the way she ties together down low. It balances up so nice. She's got a little more extra spring of rib and dimension to her, does our second heifer, a heifer that's sound enough, functional enough, good looking. Yeah, she's fighting this young lady, but folks, there's a really high quality one right there. I like that one quite a bit. Now stop this one, young lady, because I think this one's elite, and I think once this one kind of grows into herself, she wants to come apart when I put her on the motion ever so slightly up out of the top side of her structure, especially from where she ties together from her back into her hip. She wants to just kind of come apart there ever so slightly, and that's what she's doing tonight. But I'm telling you, folks, that's a high quality heifer right there that I think quite a bit of. Now you can shake this next pair however you like them, and it's a give and take. Young man, if I had this heifer, I'd be really excited about her because she's got some big old legs on her, big pipes on her. She's got a big foot on her, but that's almost a detriment to her. She needs to be toned down just a little bit, make her just a little bit more girly. It takes away from her. I think she needs to be just a little longer muscle down through her stifle muscle to run with them two ahead of her, tone her down just a little bit in her bone work, but still a high quality heifer. Young lady brings us a nice one, super brood cow. She needs to be stoutened up a little bit, just now stouten her features up, give her just a little bit more bone work, give it a little bit more foot, like her up high. She's really good out of the top side of her structure, just need to give her a little more there. Good looking one when you get it back away from this heifer coming next. When you get up on her, man, you would like to change that tail head setting in her. Just give her a little more flex off of them rear to run her any higher. The red heifer coming next, got to neaten her up through her front 1/3 of her body. Good spring of rib, a lot of dimension. Change her ever so slightly on that tail head from her hooks to pins. But yet high quality heifer going there. Gray heifer coming next, then is just a really nice brood cow. Got to give her a little more flex off of both ends, give her a little more angle to that shoulder. The Hereford marked heifer gets just so plain up through her front 1/3 of her body, kind of breaks in behind that shoulder. Got to change that about her. Big powered, big back kind of a heifer, just got to change that right there. Young man then with a black and white heifer, just a little bit too much for me in terms of her muscle. She just gets so shallow and it really needs to kind of blow that hock apart, set that a little truer and square. The gray heifer winding up her class, still very, very high quality. Big brood cow, just gets a little plainer in her package right there.
And placings in Class 6 for your Prospect Heifer Show are as follow. First place goes to entry number 34, exhibited by Caitlin Hawksmeyer. And second place goes to entry number 101, exhibited by Camry Hardy. And third place goes to entry number 100, exhibited by Luke Schroeder. And fourth place goes to entry number 163, exhibited by Morgan McKay. Fifth place goes to entry number 23, exhibited by Christina Winter. And sixth place goes to entry number 45, exhibited by Hadley Walkerhold. And seventh place goes to entry number 20, exhibited by Casey Cottrell. Eighth place goes to entry number 150, exhibited by Dalton Gibson. Ninth place goes to entry number 63, exhibited by Branson Carpenter. And 10th place goes to entry number 64, exhibited by Branson Carpenter. And entry number 69 was a scratch. Now entering the ring will be Class 7 Prospect Heifer Show. Again, entering the ring is Class 7 Prospect Heifers. We do need Class 8 in the makeup ring and Class 9 be heading this way. Class 8 in the makeup ring and Class 9 start making their way to Broadbent Arena. Class 8 prospect heifers need to be in the show ring. Class 8 prospect heifers need to be in the makeup ring. Class 9, please be making your way over to Broadbent Arena. Class 9, be making your way over to Broadbent Arena.
Folks, these are totally different out here if you want to try to break these things down. And it's just wherever you lay your preference, I can buy into it. You can talk me into a lot of things out here because they are so totally different. Are they high quality? Absolutely, they're high quality. I mean, we go 5, 6, 7, 8 deep in this particular class. But I think this young man's black heifer with the white patches in her suits me the best. This is the kind that I kind of gravitate to and just kind of fit the mold for me. You read her angles, you read the placement of her knee, you read her in behind her shoulder, in her forerib, in her heart, balances up really nice. She's got really nice turn to her rib shape. She's true and sound, and she sets her hock, probably the truest of all of them out here in this particular class. That's why she goes ahead and starts this particular class for us. Young lady with the red heifer, heifer that's got a lot of pizzazz and a lot of look to her, a little more opened up, a little more muscle, a little more shape to her in that, it just kind of restricts her in terms of where she wants to move compared to that heifer that starts our class, but that's a high quality. Man, that's a neat breeding piece right there. Change her ever so slightly for me, tone her down in her muscle shape just a little bit would really change that heifer for me. Young lady's red heifer coming next. Got some of the elite pieces that we talk about so much in the barn at home. Man, they're hard to make, but yeah, with that being said, there's still some things that we need to tweak on. She gets busted up in her forerib, comparing her to the class winner. Maybe need to change her in her tail head set ever so slightly. This thing has got a world of product in her. Man, that's a breeding piece right there that could be really good. Just maybe doesn't lay it together in as smooth as a couple of the other ones. Man, young lady, I had this one start in our class a couple different times, and I still think this one is really high quality. You're going to win some ribbons with her, and I'm sorry that I ended up putting her fourth in this particular class, but yet I think that's where she needs to be, just in the terms of the kind I like. I got to stouten her up, especially get her spread out on them hocks. I got to get them squared up just ever so slightly. Give her just a little more power from her hooks to pins back. Just spread her out, really spread her pin bones out, just give her a little bit more. But you want to study one, folks, that's really good from her front 2/3. Here's one that's really good right there. A little rounder kind of heifer coming with our gray heifer, a little rounder in her muscle shape, still really high quality as I talked about. You could breed on this one different ways. I mean, just for me, that's too much muscle in my females. I got to tone that down. Young lady brings us one on the other end of this right now. I got to tone this one up just a little bit. Give her a little more power, give her a little more actual product and depth and dimension in the center part of her body. She's nice at the ground, maybe need to just souten her bone work up ever so slightly. Nice little brood cow, though, going there. Then we kind of jump around just ever so slightly. The black and white heifer is too round for me. She's short and restricted in her stride. The yellow heifer coming next just kind of gets too big in her hock. Need to just clean up her joints. Kind of goes with the gray heifer coming next. She's just not neat enough in her joint work, footwork, bone work. Then the red roan heifer on the end, need to just sweeten her up through her front 1/3, fix her in behind her shoulder, but still really a high quality set of heifers going in this particular class.
And placings for Class 7 prospect heifers are as followed. First place goes to entry number 138, exhibited by Jorah Morgan. Second place goes to entry number 131, exhibited by Isla Britton. Third place goes to entry number 161, exhibited by Lauren McIntosh. Fourth place goes to entry number 50, exhibited by Aubrey May. Fifth place goes to entry number 128, exhibited by Carson Barton. Sixth place goes to entry number 47, exhibited by Caitlin Miller. Seventh place goes to entry number 119, exhibited by Andrew Hartman. Eighth place goes to entry number 24, exhibited by Nick McConnell. Ninth place goes to entry number 96, exhibited by Aubrey Renner. And in 10th place goes to entry number 122, exhibited by Marsha Shirley. Congratulations to all. Now entering the ring is Class 8 of your Prospect Heifer Show. We do need Class 9 in the makeup ring, and Class 10, please be making your way to Broadbent Arena. Again, Class 8 Prospect Heifers are in the ring. Class 9 needs to be in the makeup ring.
Deepest class probably I've seen all day here in terms of just quality. My compliments to you kids. They are quality, and don't take nothing away from this. Go home, keep working. You're good shape. I mean, they're good stock. But I think the young lady that is going to start this class, she brings the one that suits me the most in terms of just she's very feminine about her front. She ties together very good up high. I like the way she gets around the ring in a nice fashion. A heifer that's got some rib and some dimension and good look to her. Now, if you want to talk about cow for cow out here, the young man brings us a red one that is truly very, very nice. And I think this thing could be a donor cow deluxe right here. But when she comes out here and you want to tie her together just in a very feminine package, she's not that. She is, she's got more power and mass and substance to her, but yet it's not toned down and as elite as our class winner is. But there's so many good things you could talk about that heifer, make her awful, awful good. Once she gets in production, it'll be a lot of fun for this young man right there. The next heifer coming out.
To make their way to the makeup ring. Again, Class 10, we need you in the makeup ring as Class 9 is entering the ring.
Well, I'd like to say I'm sorry for taking just a little bit longer on this particular class, but folks, if you're out here where I'm at, it got really, really good out here, and you have to weigh some things out. So I do apologize about taking just a little bit longer. I know it's getting late. Everybody's getting tired here, but I thought it was sure worthy of taking some time. I think we can go 10 deep in this particular class, and you could talk a lot of things about this one. As I've talked about a couple of the other classes, here's one that suits the kind that I really can light into. This one's so cool and so elegant about her front 1/3. You just gravitate to it. It is so good in terms of her head, the way her slope to her shoulder reads. You read this one in her knee. It's really, really good. Now, is she the widest sprung one up high in this particular class? No, she's probably not. Maybe if you wanted to open her up right there ever so slightly, you could sure talk me into it. But from there on out, this one reads as true and as good in her undercarriage as any of them out here. When you read her from her chest back to her flank, it's really good. Watch this one go as she goes. It's right on. It's spot on. It's real, real good. Now, I don't want to take anything away from these next 4 heifers out here because I think they're awful good. So it's just a little more give and take. This one comes to you so cool in her neck and her head junction, but it is a little straighter than our heifer that starts our class. She doesn't have as much flex in that shoulder blade as the one that does, but so high quality. When I ask this one to go, and what separates them for me is when I do ask her to go. She doesn't quite fill her gap just quite as nice as that one ahead of her. High quality heifer going right there. The heifer that follows her in kind is a whole lot like her in my mind. Just kind of gets a little more in a rawer package, if you might say. Need to pull her tail head down, maybe fix her right in behind that shoulder ever so slightly, but still high, high quality. You like this one? Neat breeding piece right there. Full face baldy coming next has got maybe not the extras, bells and whistles. Here's one that's really solid. Maybe like to change her, just jack her up where she hooks from her neck to her shoulder. Just maybe change that, get that stretched out there ever so slightly. She reads really good out of the top side of her structure. She's not the softest centered one. Maybe that'll come with her. Ask her to go. I got to turn that hock out ever so slightly. That's nitpicking on one that's really good. Followed right up with this young man's right here. I like this one, guys. This one's really, really good. She's just not deep enough back in that twist, in that flank, and it really kind of throws her off as you ask this one to go around the ring. Her hock doesn't feel and set right, quite right. When it brings attention to it coming out of that flank, if I could just deepen her down. She's deep enough in the center part of her body, especially ties together really nice in her chest floor. I just need to bring that down. This one's really elegant about the top side of her structure. She's really nice. Too much for me coming with this next one. Need to tone this one down ever so slightly. She's gets up in that muscle shape just a little bit too much. I like the power. I like the mass that this one has. Just may need to make this one just a little more girly for me. Young lady coming next has got one that's maybe a little more girly, but yet she opens up at the base of her shoulder. As you ask this one, get around the ring, she's just kind of plowing out here just ever so slightly. I think if you tone this one down, maybe just let her just kind of cruise, I think that one could be good maybe next summer. Kind of one here to coming next. Got a good look to her. Just need maybe just a little more dimension, a little more shape to run her any higher. The gray heifer coming next is a powered up heifer, super mass. There's a breeding piece right there, but we just got to change her, make her just a little cooler, a little more girly looking. Then winding up her class, here's one that's got a lot of power, a lot of cow power to her. Gets up in her back as she wants to get around the ring. Need to tone that down, make her go just a little nicer.
And placings for Class 9 are as followed. First place goes to entry number 172, exhibited by Spencer Guatemala. Second place goes to entry number 127, exhibited by Taylor Barton. Third place goes to entry number 139, exhibited by Josie Balcott. And fourth place goes to entry number 143, exhibited by Aaron Kavanaugh. And fifth place goes to entry number 54, exhibited by Ashton Bain. And sixth place goes in entry number 68, exhibited by Jayla Reiser. And seventh place goes to entry number 146, exhibited by Erica Scott. Eighth place goes to entry number 70, exhibited by Kenley Klein. And ninth place goes to entry number 87, exhibited by Jordy Chant. And 10th place goes to entry number 124, exhibited by Malene Hamlet. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 10 of your Prospect Heifer Show. We do ask all first and second place Prospect Heifers please be in the makeup ring. All first and second place Prospect Heifers in the makeup ring.
First off, let me tell you, I think I'd be really proud to own any one of these three that's out here, and I think they're going to be really high quality show heifers, but I think better yet, I think they'll all three be high quality females in production, and it impresses me. I think the young man's heifer that starts the class for me does so just in terms of her balance, though, and that's where she probably gets the other two from me. When you read this one from her chest floor back through the center part of her navel, back into her flank, I think that's where this one fits really nice. Then you start breaking her down out of the angle of her shoulder, the placement of her knee, and then truly read her off of her rear hock. She just kind of comes to the top in a very feminine, very cowy package that I think's high quality. The young lady with the black and white heifer then kind of fits that mold of that heifer for me, just maybe doesn't kind of maybe set it down just as true and easy off of them rear two as what that class winner does. If you watch this one go, she wants to just struggle ever so slightly off of that rear hock when this young lady gets this one parked, and that's what's so hard about this class. This one is high quality with a lot of rib shape and a lot of capacity and a lot of dimension to her. Just need to change her ever so slightly to make her go just a little bit. Trouble heifer for me in this particular class is the young man gets this one parked, and it's way good. For me, I struggle with her just ever so slightly in her terms of where she's at in her flank. A flank that just maybe needs to be pulled down in her. Maybe it's in her twist ever so slightly. Just change that just a little bit. But still balances, clean-chested, clean-headed, good sharp there as you watch this one go. Maybe ever gets up in her top or wants to twist out of her hip just a little bit, just isn't as comfortable as them two ahead of her. Man, that's a good heifer going right there. Don't want to take anything away from this full-face baldy heifer coming next. Really high quality heifer that's got a lot of extension, but if you study this one and you compare her to the ones ahead of her in this particular class, she gets a little steeper in her shoulder. She doesn't flex out of her knee quite as nice. She's not as good from her hooks to pins. I mean, they've done a magnificent job of fitting this heifer, but I need to change that about this heifer ever so slightly. Young man's got a nice one coming next here, high quality. Just had a tough class. I mean, if I could pull this one's tail head down in her, give her just a little more flex out of that rear hock. Here's one that's elegant up through her front 1/3. She's got plenty of turn and plenty of dimension to her. Just need to change that about this one. The young lady brings us a really cool looking full face baldy again here, but she gets just wound up a little bit too much for me. In terms of her muscle, got to tone that tail head down, pull that in her, give her just a little more flex. She's got so much power that she just really wants to kind of get a little shorter in her stride. Got to fix that about her. Young lady brings us a nice one coming next, just really a cow unit out here. She's not the sexiest headed one, sexiest necked one. Ties together good up high. She's long and level about her hip. Maybe just doesn't reach with authority to make me want to just gravitate to her. Need to maybe just make her just a little deeper at her navel to go ahead and move up a spot or two. Next heifer's really straight in her lines. You like that about this particular heifer. Just need to give her some more flex to go along there. High quality coming next. Gets narrow at the top side of her shoulder. Wants to kind of pinch in behind that shoulder blade. We got to loosen her up right there. Loosen her up off of both ends of her structure. Young man, I'm sorry you got to get in this particular class. You still got a very high quality one. We just need to change her about her forerib up high in her structure. Just give her just a little more dimension up there.
And placings in Class 10 are as follows. First place goes to entry number 66, exhibited by Keegan Steck. Second place goes to entry number 57, exhibited by Vivian Sickelfoos. And third place goes to entry number 164, exhibited by Spencer Gaudamal. And fourth place goes to entry number 62, exhibited by Lane Kelly. Fifth place goes to entry number 13, exhibited by Luke Wilson. And sixth place goes to entry number 92, exhibited by Susanna Sinclair. Seventh place goes to entry number 151, exhibited by Brittany Coakley. And 8th place in that class goes to entry number 59, exhibited by Sydney Nelson. And 9th place in that class goes to entry number 72, exhibited by Elizabeth Johnson. And 10th place goes to entry number 6, exhibited by Jonathan Reef. Congratulations to all. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion prospect heifer. If you could, around ringside, join me in giving Mr. Brad Weingartner a round of applause for coming out and evaluating our prospect show.
Well, we don't have much of a crowd left here, but the ones that I that have stuck around. I sure do appreciate it, and too bad for the rest of them didn't get to see what the finale was out here on this deal, because it's high quality, it's really good. There's 4 of them out here that I would be 4 or 5, 6 of them that I'd be so proud to be part of and be part, if I bred them or if I raised them or if my kid was showing them or my grandkid was showing them, I'd sure be excited about it. With that being said, anytime that you get to come down here and evaluate stock on these green chips, it's the coolest thing, folks. I'm telling you, I'm an old grandpa and I love that part of it, but being part of this North American, my wife and I, she's a trooper. She's still sitting up there watching this whole thing, and I couldn't be more proud of her for being part of my life and doing that part of it. But we sat down and we figured it out the other night. We've been to 43 of these things in concession here. 43 years ago, we started coming to the North American, and I love every bit of it. I love this industry. It's what I've raised my family in. You all don't have to agree with what I've done out here. I mean, I really feel comfortable with what I'm about to do out here. I like the kind that have got some future to them, and still going to make cows, but yet they're going to make show heifers that'll make cows, if I can say that any better. I apologize about not feeling good out here. I've got a cold that is really setting in and is starting to kick my old man's butt here, but I do appreciate the North American asking me. John, I appreciate you, buddy. It's been a ball. Steer exhibitors, heifer exhibitors, give yourself a round of applause. I'm going to go out and get you a couple of champions.
And let's give one more big round of applause for our judge today, Mr. Brad Weingartner. Thank you. And your grand champion prospect heifer goes to entry number 66, exhibited by Keegan Steck. Congratulations. And your reserve champion prospect heifer goes to entry number 172, exhibited by Spencer Goldemall. Congratulations.